Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We'll wait 2-3 minutes and then we'll start. Good morning. I'll do that. Wait, see. Good morning. Good morning. Perfect, Kishan. Which institute? Mains question come from some topics of art and culture, not from whole subject. Yeah, that is true, Sejal. I'll tell you that today. I'll tell you that today. I have your beloved book with me. Don't worry. All of you love this book, right? So I've got the book. I'll tell you what to do with this. How is history as an optional? Asking from a history teacher, very good. But then don't later tell me that you don't like it. Optional is a very subjective thing. Totally your call. There's no issue. Great, Kishan. Perfect. Yeah, more than first revision also always Anjali takes time. 3 hours, 4 hours can take up till 2 to 3 days. But then the time will go down. Which of the chapter to cover in book Akash, I will tell you. For that you have to be a little bit more patient. I'll tell you which chapters to leave and which to read irrespective of anything. There are 4 chapters which are quite well written that you should go through. Other than that, I'll tell you what to do. Today, as it is, we do a lot of small topics. We'll do, for example, cultural institutions. We'll do GI tags, intangible World Heritage Sites, both intangible and tangible. We'll do awards and awards and honors also. We'll try to cover regional architecture. We'll also do one thing which will do sun temples. Thereafter, I'll do that question. Sun temple. Then we will do universities, ancient universities. The problem is Nitin Singhani has given the whole list. You only need to know some of them. Then we will also cover, for example, classical language. I'll tell you what to do with the tangible, intangible list. One heavy topic which is left is literature. Literature, current affairs tomorrow, last class. Literature and current affairs tomorrow. For example, in intangible, there is a update, Garbha. A tangible I one have already added. So literature is the only painful one which is left. Literature, something very, very happy. If you have fifth edition, I have fourth edition with me. What is the edition? What is the new chapter he's added in fifth edition? Does anybody? Can anybody tell me that? For example, in this fourth edition, he had added this inscription chapter, prediction inscription, and that's it. He updated 2 3 chapters. And the only chapter he actually added. Fifth edition, Ocean, tell me which is a chapter for our foreign travelers was already there. Was already there. Okay. Can we start? I think people are still coming in. Third edition, famous proponents, Ghazal, Nurul Islam. These are not this. No, they're not the same, Arnab. Okay. Uh, we start easy, then we go higher and then lower in the topics. Tangible, intangible, GI being the most important. Once I've covered culture institutions, I will have the quorum, I will have all the strength. As I said, I will discuss this book with you, what to do with this, which chapters to leave. Because as it is, life is a circus. Why do circus from this chapter? And as it is, you will get circus in mocks and all, but UPSC will never ask you a question on that. So, sir, tomorrow also tell about what to read from Nitin Singhania, Rashida. Nitin Singhania is here. I'll tell you what to read out of it. Don't worry about that. Give it time. I also have fourth edition only. Fifth edition, if you have, you would have to tell me which chapter he's added. So I don't know. We'll figure that out. Legendary cities of India. Legendary cities of India. Sculpture. He's removed sculpture and pottery separate. Tribal culture, trade, cultural exchange. So all useless topics. What do you mean by legendary cities of India? All cities are in India are legendary only. If you have third edition, don't have to worry about that also. So legendary cities he's added, for example, Delhi, Calcutta, Patliputra, Kannauj, and all this and that. Nah, this is what he would have done most probably. Unnecessary chapters he adds, and then it becomes a headache for me. Jabardasti ka new edition, he has nothing to add, so he'll add something new. That is the point. Indian sculpture and pottery was a separate from the first chapter. He separated it and made a different chapter itself. Additional chapter in fourth edition is only one: edicts and inscription. Again, useless chapter. Okay. As it is tribal culture in India, again he had it within the festivals thing. He has taken it out. Traders and cultural exchange. So with Southeast Asia. No, we don't have to worry about these things. Okay. So if you go through Nitin Singhania, there are like multiple cultural institutions he talks about. Again, unnecessary. Quite a lot of them which are not even needed to be learned. I will discuss certain cultural institutions with you, which we will concentrate on because that is what matters for the examination. So he's done ASI, All India Radio, Nehru Memorial, Center for Cultural Training, National Archive, ICHR, ICCR, Intact. We will concentrate on Archaeological Survey of India, Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, Sahitya, Sangeet, and Lalit Kala Academy. Everything else is just to fill the pages, nothing more. I'll tell you that. I don't have the number. If not, I would have discussed the book itself as soon as have the number, because I'm not in any mood to repeat the same thing 3 times, that 2 chapters. Okay. So cultural institutions. These are institutions which generally protect our culture. First one being the ASI, or Archaeological Survey of India. Now, unfortunately, this organization is quite important, but does not get exact number of, or the right requisite number of funds or even attention. So ASI has 2 major roles when it comes to our history, which is first discovery and second is preservation. A new thing which has come with regards to ASI is also to retreat, or what we call as retrieve a lot of antiquities which have gone out of India in that sense, which is lost antiquities. They have to intimate it to the MHA, then to the Ministry of External Affairs, that we have to retrieve this antiquity. But unfortunately, out of the 0.07% budget of Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Culture, the 0.075% budget of Ministry of Culture, not a lot is allocated to Archaeological Survey of India. And ASI, if you have ever gone to a monument, you would have realized there are guards sitting there. There are people who go around checking those monuments, be it small or big. The salary of those guards is actually given by ASI. So, from preservation, which is all restoration work, to finding new sites such as Sanoli and all, to the fact that they have to also look for antiquities abroad, ASI is actually a very, very badly funded body. And today, nobody wants to be an archaeologist as it is. There are certain movies which basically romanticize this image of an archaeologist and all. So recent movies have tried to do it, but the life of an ASI archaeologist is not as glamorous as shown in certain movies. And generally, it is a life of non-recognition and going around looking for things. Contribution is quite big. Contribution is quite big, but any famous archaeologist, very rarely, mostly the people will take the name of DP Agarwal and these and Dayaram Sahani and all, who are very old. No recent archaeologist has been in the news, irrespective of doing a lot of good work. So ASI comes directly under the Ministry of Culture and under three sections, which is the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites Remains Act, of which guides the ASI generally, and the Antiquities and Arts Act of 1972. It also prevents illegal export, preservation, and discovery of our ancient past. So ASI that way is important, but unfortunately, ASI is badly funded, very thinly staffed, and what we call as the youth has nothing to do with archaeology as it is. But remember in the examination, discovery, preservation, and illegal export prevention and what we call as expediting or retrieving them is MEA through MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, is the ASI's job. Why am I telling you this? Because if you write a mains answer and you have to talk about preservation, you have to talk about ASI, because ASI is going to most probably keep your tangible heritage alive. Then we have something called CCI. Something called CCI. The first thing which will come to your mind as soon as I say CCI is going to be the Competition Commission of India. But there is also one more CCI which is called the Craft Council of India. Now this is an NGO. This is an NGO. But this CCI is quite significant. Though Competition Commission of India is also important, we are the land of artisans. We are the land of handicraft. We are the land of handloom. However, we never give any heed to our own crafts, and that is why one very important freedom fighter, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay, who was involved in the what we call as the salt satyagraha in Bombay. She made sure that in 1976 CCI was formed, which could give recognition and give regular work to our craftsmen, which is that it has a headquarters in Chennai. What it does is it gives world recognition to our craft, and its interest is to safeguard their interests. So CCI throughout India organizes exhibitions or organizes different ideas and different forms of what we call as sales, so that our craftsmen don't die hungry. Because of CCI, they get recognition. CCI is recognition. Because of CCI, they get a market. Because of CCI, they get employment. But nobody talks about this very important NGO, which is based in India itself, which makes sure that the people who are devoting the life to protecting our heritage don't die hungry. And this is a very important organization that way. And Craft Council of India, I am telling you why. Because it sounds like a governmental organization, but it isn't. CCI is a non-profit organization. So in the examination, if there's a statement-based question, look for it. As it is, art and artisans have been in a lot of focus. So have to pay attention to the fact that CCI is the one who protects them. ASI protects in a way tangible heritage. This one protects intangible skill. Then as a budding artist, if you are a budding artist itself, either a musician or a dancer, the most important free of cost open forum is another very interesting council which is called, or center, which is called Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts. Classification of Manipuri clans, female dance. So, Laren, should I make this public? You want the people to know about this? Okay. So, coming from first hand Manipur, we get this information. Okay, I belong to the committee who perform, celebrate experience. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you so much for this. Okay. So, thank you for this information. Uh, so, Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts has been developed or was developed by Rajiv Gandhi in the memory of his mother, Indira Gandhi, and it has a trust which organizes a lot of events in Delhi, and it is just next to the India Gate itself. The fact is, why is this important? Why is this important? Because this organization gives recognition and platform to new artists. So again, this is not a governmental organization, but a separate trust-based idea. Why am I again talking about this? Because it is important that you know which are the non-profit organizations. Sometimes what happens is we think of the bodies as governmental bodies, all of them. Craft Council and the Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts are two organizations which have nothing to do with Ministry of Culture. Though ASI is very, very important wing. Are we clear about this? I could have not asked you to read it yourself, but I'm doing it here for the specific reason itself. Larry, can you do one thing? Can you just email me this information also? I'll add it to the PPT so that next time people have the chance to read it also. Right. Now, non-government here. Okay, should लिख देता हूँ भाई को attention. This is government, non-government. Now we come to three organizations which have very similar sounding names. One is called Sahitya Academy. Then you have Sangeet Natak Academy. And you have Lalit Kala Academy. Now all three are government. Sahitya Academy, Sangeet Natak Academy, and Lalit Kala Academy. All three are what we call as governmental organizations, but they have differences. Email ID is abhishek.mishra19@byju's.com. Okay. Now, Sahitya, Sangeet Natak, or Lalit Kala, there are very subtle differences, but two are very obvious. See, Sahitya itself means literature. So this is basically for literary purposes. This is for literary purposes. On the other hand, there's a dot here. On the other hand, these two are a little bit close to each other. Sangeet Natak means that basically dance, drama, and performative art, while Lalit Kala is basically paintings, sculpture, which is called as visual arts. It's called visual arts. If you know this difference, then basically you don't need to know anything more other than very interesting peculiarity about Sahitya Academy. Performative means that they can be performed, for example, music, dance, drama. It is performative art that you perform it on a stage. I've discussed multiple performative arts with you. For example, martial arts, dance, drama, music, theater, everything comes here. While on the other hand, I've also discussed visual arts with you. For example, painting, sculpture, certain skills which is based on visuality, the concept of modern art. All of this comes under Lalit Kala. Now, how many languages are there in or recognized by our constitution? How many languages are recognized by the constitution? 22. Which schedule? Which schedule? 8th schedule. Beautiful. Now, ironically, Sahitya Academy is a little bit different. It does not recognize 22, but 24 languages. Please pay attention to this. All 22 languages of the constitution, and obviously in the 22 languages, there's no English and Rajasthani. This is again a very interesting peculiarity which can be played in the examination, that this academy which was developed in 1954 for literary purposes and to coordinate and foster the literary history of India. I'm sorry. The peculiarity is that it recognizes all 22, but it also recognizes 2 more for literary purposes. And every year it will organize multiple events and gives awards to people who are linked to it. This see, when you read these topics, this is what you're looking for. Exceptions. If you're able to identify the exceptions, your job is already done. So here, not 22, 24 languages. And in the examination, they will play with the other two, which is Sangeet Natak Academy. Dr. Rajendra Prasad was the first one to inaugurate it, and it is for music, dance, drama, anything which has performativity, which is the aspect of primary body showcasing performative art. On the other hand, Lalit Kala is not based on performative art, but is based on visual art. Visual art, fine arts as they're called, multiple what we call as, don't learn the regional centers. But the fact is, a subtle difference is this is called fine arts. Fine arts are based on skills. So we'll put fine arts here. Skill based. So what I've done with you, before we now look at the tangible intangible list, before we do that, what I've done with you is basically 4 governmental bodies: the Sahitya, Lalit Kala, Sangeet, and the ASI, and 2 non-governmental, CCI and Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts. Clear? This is how you go about it. Don't start to learn regional centers. That is not your job. Clear, everybody? Beautiful. Okay. Now comes the most important moment. Ocean, he has put from early medieval, late medieval, and now, because you are eager to know about this, this is your beloved friend Nitin Singhania. Total number of pages I don't know, but a very bulky book, and mostly known to be taking dust on your table in the side. I have the 4th edition. 3rd edition, people, don't worry. There's only 1 chapter which has been added. He as it is adds useless chapters. Now, let's do one thing. Let's do a survey. Is this last class? No, tomorrow is last class. Let's do a survey about proper difference between culture, tradition. Culture is a bigger word. Traditions make culture. Yeah. Now, what I want from you is that you just open your this contents page. Open the contents page. If you have fourth edition, very good. If you have third edition, perfect. If you have no edition, just listen to me. Okay. Now, the first painful chapter called 95 pages. Note down topics only for edition problem. Yes, I will do that. First 95 page topic now in fifth edition has been created into two chapters itself is Indian architecture, sculpture and pottery. Here, Indian, Harappan, Mauryan, post-Mauryan, Gupta, Temple, Mughal and Palasena. Other schools of temple architecture I will do with you today. And this temple of Parsi community, architecture of Kashmir, Kashmir architecture I will do with you in current affairs. Other than that, don't have to worry about modern because I'm not telling you page number. Pay attention. I'm not literally spoon feeding you the page number. I'm just having a conversation with you. So keep your ears equally open whilst looking towards the book. I'm not going to repeat myself. The chapters which have to be done, I will write it on the screen. Don't worry. As I said, this chapter, whatever is relevant has been covered. Sculpture, pottery also covered. This was the first three modules itself. This is the biggest chapter, the most problematic chapter. We have done with this. Then comes in 14 a chapter which is not there in third. Rather, in fourth there is a chapter. Third it is not there. It's called edicts and inscriptions. Now what is done is this is again an unnecessary chapter because we have done edicts and inscriptions in ancient and in art and culture. Ashokan edicts I've already done with you in ancient India. I've given you the list also. I've shown you the map also. And every other inscription which has been mentioned for Gupta. If you remember under Gupta, when we were doing Gupta, I gave you a table. It had Mansoor, it had the important inscriptions in that sense. So you can ignore this chapter as of right now. There's nothing to be done very specifically. I will, if needed, tell you some inscriptions by tomorrow, which should be known to you. So first chapter is already done. Don't have to worry about that. Second chapter is an unnecessary chapter to increase pages. Indian painting tradition. Here again, we have covered everything except for Pahadi and regional schools, which again I will do with you tomorrow, which is called miscellaneous topics. These basically break the major flow. So Pahadi and Rajasthani I will do with you tomorrow as a way of miscellaneous topics. Handicrafts, I've already done the textile work with you. Some of the handicrafts which are left again will be done under miscellaneous topics, which are basically leather work, banoti and all. I will do that. UNESCO World Heritage Sites we will do right now. Next topic is this only. Indian music, whatever I've taught you in the PPT is more than enough. Dance, again, classical dances is okay. Then in fourth edition, he has made one page only contains page of folk art dances of India. Folk dances of India, which I've given you on the map, which I've discussed in class, are important. This you can literally ignore till your interview where you need to know it for your state. Theater is already done. Puppetry is already done. Chapter on Indian circus. Folk music also don't have to worry. Circus is one chapter which you can ignore straightforward. Life is a circus. Don't have to worry about circus. So, circus you can straightforward ignore. Martial arts we've already done. Thereafter, intangible I will do with you today again. So, your first A and B section is done. Languages in India is again a unnecessary chapter. Whatever language script you should know, I've already taught you in ancient and medieval, which is Brahmi, thereafter Khoroshti, Greek, Pali, Prakrit, Sanskrit. I've done it with you properly. Don't have to worry about that. Then you don't have to become a script specialist. Don't have to worry about that. Religions in India, again, we've done, which is we've done all religions, Vedic, Brahmanism, Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikism, Christianity, this and that, we've done it. Now, this is a very important chapter. Buddhism and Jainism is a good chapter written by Nitin Singhania for a change. This is must do chapter out of Nitin Singhania. Buddhism and Jainism, chapter number 15, I think, and 14 for third edition. This is one chapter you should go through. It is well organized, very well written. Then comes chapter number 16. Now, the problem is this is again 37 pages of literal death. I will discuss with you literature tomorrow. I will, second edition, I don't know. Buddhism, Jainism would be a chapter for sure. Indian literature is one chapter which I would tell you, you have nothing to do in life, then do it. I will discuss literature with you as it is, you'll be dead tomorrow. So don't worry. You will run away from this chapter. Don't have to indulge in this first. In a way, can ignore as of right now. Education in ancient and medieval India, what education institution I will discuss with you, that is enough. Universities, Odantapuri, Vikramshila, Nalanda and all, I will discuss with you. Again, you can ignore this chapter. Schools of philosophy is done. Again, next, Indian cinema, like circus, can ignore these 11 pages if you have nothing to do with cinema. Not important. Not important anywhere from. Then the next good written chapter or a good chapter is science and technology through the ages. This is one chapter which we will do tomorrow again, but I would like you to go through it. It's a good written, it's a good chapter that way. We'll have the discussion with regards to Ganit and all, don't worry. Calendars of India, all calendars have been discussed with you. Fairs and festival, I've already given it to you. Third edition does not have education institutions. Very good, Vechri. That is why I'm doing the education institutions which you need to know. So these festivals in India, again, don't indulge in all festivals. I've already told you, only tribal festivals, northeastern festivals are important. Awards and honors, I will discuss with you again today. So that is something again done. Law and culture. Law and culture is basically polity, but you can do it. Culture institutions I've done. Coins I've done. Indian culture abroad, no importance whatsoever. All of this is just unnecessary chapters. Then India through the eyes of foreign travelers. I will do this with you again today or tomorrow, but you can go through this chapter good. And Bhakti Sufi, famous personality, GI, and terms of ancient medieval history. All can be ignored, appendices can be ignored. So I'm only asking you to read only 3 chapters. Now you tell me, is this manageable or not now? I've covered out of most probably this is a 600-700 page book. I've done everything, and I'm asking you to read only 4 chapters by heart, very properly. You will learn from these. Everywhere else you will revise. Manageable. Appendices, don't have to worry. Appendices, and don't have to worry about that. Those who don't have a book, Megha, no issues at all, because everything what we've done is PPT oriented, and everything which I'm asking you to read also. I've done it in Buddhism, Jainism, I've done with. I'll do science and technology also. I'll do foreign traveler also. So don't worry. If you don't want to pick up the book or don't have the book, don't worry at all. I'm telling you because this is somehow people have this. So need to go through fine arts? No, don't have to see. Don't waste your time. I'm just asking you to go through 4 chapters, even if you don't want to go through that. PPT is something which you have to go through irrespective of anything. Are we all on the same page with regard to the book? Now, does this book look a little bit more shorter than what it is? Because there are unnecessary chapters here. Every year he will keep on adding chapters and making my life problematic. But as I said, peer through it. Don't unnecessarily go for additions. Is not needed. Okay. Now can we come back to our discussion? 4 chapters to be done, also written here. So we'll start with UNESCO tangible heritages, if this is clear with you. Yes? Most of the organizations started in 1950s. Is it a fear that British destroyed? No, no, no. The problem is British was not doing anything, so we developed these things to take our culture forward. Okay. Now, before the break, what I'll do is I'll do two things. I'll do intangible and one small tangible and one small topic, and then once we come back, intangible and then 2-3 small topics. Now, the first thing which you need to know is, what do I mean by tangible and intangible? Tangible and intangible. See, these words have interesting meaning. Tangible is anything which you can touch, which is monuments, etc. And it's a physical site. It's a physical site. Intangible is basically which you cannot touch and is a skill or culture. So, for example, the words which I'm writing on the screen is tangible, but the words which are coming out of my mouth are intangible. You can only hear them, but you can't touch them. So tangibility and intangibility, there's a lot of students love to confuse themselves, because they will say, okay sir, then a sculptor it becomes tangible, intangible. So what you will do is that he's making something tangible, but he's doing it through intangible. Because if you're not confused, I'm confusing you. Think of it. Sculptor is doing something. Now he's doing something, he will make a sculpture. That sculpture has form. And then you will say, sir, this has form, so it becomes tangible. But sculpture goes into intangible heritage. So what I mean to say to you is, there's a very fine line between these two things. Intangible skills give us tangible heritage. Remember this point. I will give you the exact definition according to UNESCO, but you need to know this generally. You need to know this generally, that tangible is what you can touch. Mostly physical sites are given tangible. Sculpture are tangible, as we can see and touch. Very good. Very good. Beautiful. But the person who's making it, that skill is intangible. So think of it in a way, then everything is intangible, tangible at the same point of time. Monument is built by or picture is done by a sculptor. His intangible skill is doing tangible things. What I'm trying to say to you is that behind every tangible there is intangible. But we divide it simply into two. Something which you can touch, something which you cannot touch. Skill, culture, traditions are intangible. But intangible skill can also have a tangible product. Please understand this point. Literature is not a tangible concept. You are literally talking about the book. But writing is a art, is a skill. See, now the beautiful conversation we will go into. I am saying this simple concept to you. Every tangible object would have an intangible skill behind it. So very simply, I am saying, so I am giving tangible form to an intangible thing. But what I'm thinking is something which is intangible. Painting, is it tangible? No. Painting tradition, again, intangible tradition. Because what you are saying, what you are asking me is, you are talking about the physical manifestation of a tangible. For example, I'll give you a very simple example, a more relevant example. There's an intangible heritage which is called the Thatheras of Punjab. They create what we call as copper objects. Now you will say that it is tangible because copper object I can touch, but you can't touch the skill of that person in making that object. The question which should come to your mind in tangible, intangible is, can that site automatically also exist? Or can that thing automatically also exist? Because in tangible, there is an aspect of natural, cultural, mixed site. In intangible, it will only be manifested with human eye understanding. So Garbha is a new addition to intangible because people do it. You can touch the dancer. But touching the dancer does not mean that it's a tangible form. Obviously, intangible heritage will express itself in a tangible form, then only it will be seen by people. But the point is, don't need to confuse yourself. Tangible list is much longer, intangible is much smaller. Can same means decide what? इतना complicate क्यों करना? Simple. Why are you complicating it? Something you can touch is tangible, something you cannot touch is intangible. Can you remember this much? You will automatically understand the meaning when I show you the sites. Because a lot of you are Sherlock Holmes, Chacha Chaudharis. You will start to think about this, but painting physical form, painter intangible. That is why I'm already confusing you and telling you don't confuse yourself. So simple point is tangible is physical form, intangible is non-physical form. Okay. Again, Kiru, don't do that. Don't do that. Pottery is tangible, but potter is intangible. Potter skills is intangible. It's a manifestation of an intangible skill. We'll not call it a tangible heritage, but sure. No issues. If you every intangible heritage will have a tangible manifestation. That's the basic form. Okay, you are able to do this CSAT type of problem. That is in itself important. That you are linking tangibility with touching something, intangibility with not touching something. Beautiful. Okay. Now, UNESCO gives out this tag of UNESCO intangible heritage. First things first, it gives you nothing other than responsibility. Because people tend to think that when you get a UNESCO tag, there is a lot of rain of money which happens from UNESCO onto the government of India, and that skill will automatically become very important. No. It's just a recognition and tag. And if it gets a UNESCO tag, you have to now preserve it. So please be very clear in knowing that there is no monetary award and all in this. I recognize that you are a good learner. With that, nothing comes to you. It's only a recognition. That's it. Same way, UNESCO World Heritage Tag, be tangible or intangible, gives more responsibility or allocates more responsibility to the country from which that intangible heritage is coming or tangible heritage is coming from. Monetary grants are not regular if there are any, and UNESCO just does this drama of doing this recognition. Nothing really changes until unless the government of that country has the power to do something about it. So remember, there's a lot of called the politics of tangible intangible also. If you really want to play a game, I will tell you the story of China, what they were doing, and then I will tell how China and Australia were playing over this idea itself. But before we do that, let's discuss our own. The fact is, the nominated sites are called outstanding universal value they should have. In this, there are two types of lists also. A country first nominates a site. Once it is nominated, it can go into the tentative list. If it goes into the tentative list at their meetings, then they will only consider tentative list sites. And once you get the recognition, it goes into the representative list. So you would have seen, for example, the latest tangible heritage tag has been given to Hoysaleshwara temple or Hoysaleshwara complex. That was already in the tentative list for 3 years, but it got recognition only last year. So you can be in the tentative list for years before you actually get the real tag. So it's basically like a waiting list. Yes, Shanti Niketan and that. It's basically like a waiting list. This is your RSC, this is your confirmed ticket. So if you understand this, because a lot of people confuse this, which is what is tentative, what is representative. Tentative is when you already got nominated and you are in the list, and representative is when you get the tag. Now, obviously, you don't have to learn this, but what are the criterias by which you can get this tangible heritage tag? And the criteria is masterpiece of human creative genius, vague as possible, interchange of human values over time, big pandas, bears unique and exceptional testimony to cultural tradition, outstanding example of a building architectural or technological assemblage. Thereafter, yes, a lot of times you just remain in tentative list, does not get confirmed. Lot of our heritage is in tentative list for 10, 15 years. Have not got it. Then outstanding example of traditional human settlement, land use, sea use, directly or tangibly associated with living traditions. Now this one is interesting. Superlative natural phenomenon, natural beauty, Earth's history and the significant geological processes there. Don't have to learn these criteria, obviously. What I'm trying to show you is that if there is a natural site, it is also recognized. Cultural site is also recognized. Natural or cultural, if it tells you the history of the earth and if it tells you the history of a society, both are considered to be important. Both are considered to be important. So obviously don't have to learn this. What are the criteria? Now comes the list itself, which is outstanding ecological, biological process, natural habitat in situ in biodiversity. Basically, a national park can also be given this tag. Now this is a list which you will find in Nitin Singhania. But I have a better list for this, and we'll discuss the latest also. Now, obviously, you don't have to learn each and every site from 1983. But if you look at it, we've already done these in a way. Ajanta, Ellora, Taj Mahal, Agra Fort. I've shown you all of this. I've showed you Mahabalipuram, Sun Temple, Konark. I'll show you when I'll discuss the Sun Temple, Konark. We've also done. We've also done Khajuraho. If you look at it, the whole syllabus revolves around them only. Fatehpur Sikri, Hampi, the Elephanta Caves, then Chola temples, Sachi, Humayun's tomb, Qutub Minar, then the rock shelter of Bhimbetka, Victoria Terminus. I'm going to show you as it is, Red Fort, Jantar Mantar, all the forts which we discussed in medieval, and thereafter Nalanda, and I also showed you in a way Rani Ki Vav. So if you look at it, all these sites are representative of our culture, and in a way, they all get recognition. But the latest is Jaipur City 2019 and 2018 the Victoria Terminus and Art Deco assemblage in Mumbai. What I'll tell you what it means. I've give you one more interesting list. This is out of the Indian Express. Very beautiful. I don't know how many of you actually gave any heed to this, but the Indian Express had a very interesting series on, not on, it was on Twitter, and that is why it was not available in the newspaper also. But no one from UP. Taj Mahal is in UP. Agra Fort is in UP. Fatehpur Sikri is in UP. Now, why have I given this to you? This could be a way of basically revising. The interesting site is this Kanchandjunga, or Kanchenjunga, which is basically a mixed site, natural and cultural heritage both. It's a very important site that way. But you can see there are 32 cultural sites, 7 natural sites, one mixed site. That one mixed site is this Kanchenjunga. Now I've also done one more thing. How to remember this? I'll tell you. Don't need to remember all of them. Don't need it. This is not updated of Shanti Niketan. Don't worry about that. See. I'll tell you what to do with this. Nobody has the capacity to learn all of this. If you are, then you are wasting your time. But what I've done again is I've put these on the PPT for your reference. For your reference, I put this on the PPT. What I want from you is what we have to learn is not the ones which have already got it. Rather, the latest 3 editions. Dholavira, the Ramappa temple, and the latest which we have. Can we discuss the latest? Do not learn the whole list. But because you love to have maps in which you can do things, I've given you this map. I want to concentrate on what is important, which is the past 3 years. Do not learn the whole list, only past 3 years. Can we now go into the discussion which matters, which is the arts, the deco assemblage, Ramappa temple, why it got it, and Dholavira I've already discussed. Can we discuss it? The catch here is do not waste your time in learning the whole list. As it is, you already know the sites previously. Just learn. Here the ones which become important for us is this 2018, 2020 and 21, and 2022 is now Shanti Niketan and Hoysalesh. No, not for interview also. From your state, obviously, you need to know. That's a separate issue altogether, which I will show you. This is what you learn. 1, 2, 3. Can we concentrate and talk about them? Can we talk about them? Everybody's on the same page with me. Can we start? 22, 23, whatever you want to say. It's the first is important. Okay. Now, how whole city is getting a tag? Because if a city was made during a certain period, then why not? You see, Jaipur city, whole city is made in a certain way. Tangible. Okay. Now let's talk about the Victoria Goth assemblage. See, Victoria terminus in itself, or what is called now Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus, already got it, and you can see it is already in the list. It is already in the list, and it got it separately. In 2004, it was given a tag separately. But in 2018, what they did was they basically now extended it to the old Kolaba area, where you have what we call as the Gothic group of buildings. And the Gothic group of buildings, you can see the standard things which I told you about Gothic art are there. For example, these different pointy, what we call as if you want to call them, basically they're cross-based pointed roofs. Then you have the very, very, very iconic black or brown roofs itself. Then you can see the assemblage is reflecting a certain sense of divinity which is based within Christianity itself. We also see if you go further, Victoria terminus I already showed you. If you look at the whole assemblage in this sector, you have a proper biblical based Gothic assemblage. Now basically what has happened is all these buildings have been now recognized. Previously it was only the Victoria terminus. Now all these buildings, if you go from the Sensex towards the Gateway of India, this is the whole route which has now been done. Eurocentric bias, we'll discuss that. Don't worry, there is no Eurocentric bias. Europe has no culture as it is. Here it is because of the fact that the British created these buildings in that sense. The simple point is, why am I telling you this? People tend to think only this building has the tag. Yes, this building has a tag, which is Victoria Terminus. But everything in that now old Colaba area, South Colaba area, has also been now given this tag of the Gothic and Victorian Art Deco assemblage. So I hope that you understand what do you mean by deco assemblage. Deco assemblage means decorative assemblage in one whole part of a city. Do we understand this? Are we clear about this? Yes? Okay. Thereafter, the next most important site was Dholavira. Dholavira, I've already showed you. It is the only Harappan site which has UNESCO tag. And the second one is this one. And it is known for water management and all. 2022, we had a straightforward question also. Now, this is the more interesting one, not asked in the examination till this point. This is called Ramappa temple. Can anybody tell me Ramappa temple looking at it? What type is it? Nagara, Dravida, Vesara? Great. Vesara. How are you able to figure that out? How are you able to figure that out? The two basic, yes. Beautiful. Have become specialists. Archaeological Survey of India should recruit some of you. This is Jagati, and the giveaway is the zigzag design, which you can see here. Zigzag design. So the raised platform Jagati and the zigzag design itself gives it away. And as it is, you can also see that the shikhar is a little bit curvilinear, but has the decoration of a Dravida style. The top also is not properly Amlaka and Kalasha, but again, the decoration is Dravida style. And the more iconic part is the use of what is called as basaltic black rock. Now see, it is not because this building has this beautiful sculpture in the form of its pillars itself, or the fact that it is Vesara style and is very beautifully decorated. This building got the UNESCO World Heritage Tag for something called sandbox technology. Something called sandbox technology, which is there in its this foundation has what is called as sandbox technology. Now, what is this sandbox technology? See, when this building was made, the pillars of the pillars of the temple were actually pushed into sand. Was pushed into sand. So the foundation actually has sand. And because of the sand inside the foundation, there's an inscription which says that in 17th century and before that in 11th century, there were two very devastating earthquakes in this sector. And without that, without having any other form of help, because of sandbox technology, every building in the area got destroyed, but this temple did not go anywhere. This is the only temple which is actually named after its architect. Ramappa was the architect, though it is Kakatiya Rudeshwara temple, but it is remembered for Ramappa. Ramappa is the architect. So the fact is, sandbox technology allowed it to survive multiple earthquakes. Now, how does that happen? Obviously, you would know that when there is a shaking, the sand would absorb the vibrations. And by absorbing the vibrations, this is the first proof of anti-earthquake architecture in temple architecture in India itself. The sand, what it does is it takes the vibration away from the pillar itself. So it has the power to absorb earthquakes. So in a way, it is in a way a very interesting structure in itself. And this is what you have to remember for the examination. Kakatiya dynasty, very late that was. It is pre-existing with the Delhi Sultanate for a long time. Second, sandbox technology. Third, Ramappa is the architect. Three things can you remember? And if somebody gives you the description of sandbox technology, you'll be able to identify it. Yes, Burj Khalifa uses the same type of technology. True. Okay. Now comes the latest edition. The latest addition to the 2022-23 latest edition is the Hoysaleshwara assemblage, sacred assemblage as it is called. And three temples were added to this list. The Chennakeshwara temple, the Hoysaleshwara temple, which I showed you the image itself, helibed, and the Keswa temple at Somnathpura in Mysuru. Now, these temples in themselves are also Vesara style and a beautiful example of what we today call as the Jagati zigzag plan. The Chennakeshwara temple, as you can see in front of you, is made out of basaltic rock, black rock itself, and it's the design which is used is all the standard features, which is stellate plan, black rock, Vesara style, further very heavy, what we call as decoration. Very heavy decoration. Again, you can see zigzag plan, and Jagati in that sense. The jalis or even the walls have stories which have been embedded on them. Very beautiful. Again, either related to Lord Vishnu or related to the Mahabharata or the Ramayana. These buildings did deserve the UNESCO tag after being in 3 years since in the tentative list. And you can see that this is a Vesara style feature itself, that they try to give the pillar support in very beautiful carved objects itself or scenes itself. Now Chennakeshwara temple is on the Yakchi river in Bellur, and King Vishnuvardhan made it. Have to remember these things for the examination because this can be a standard question. And it is known for its what is called as Vasudeva Tirtha, which was developed by Veer Bhalla II. Then you have the Keswa temple. Keswa temple is on the banks of the river Kaveri. Lord Vishnu, Ganesha, and Saraswati temple itself. And Hoysaleshwara temple is again Vishnuvardhan, same person, and the three Jain temples in the same complex itself, and that makes this whole assemblage very unique in that sense. Thereafter, the second edition that year was Shanti Niketan. Shanti Niketan is an organization is an what we call as a body, which was it's an educational institution, which is a direct educational institution, which is a direct consequence of the Swadeshi movement and national education. Developed by Rabindranath Tagore himself. That is why the question on Rabindranath Tagore in the mains examination also. And since 1921 properly, the most important aspect about Shantiniketan is, or Vishwa Bharati is, it fosters Indian culture. So, made in colonial architecture itself, yes, Shantiniketan is the second edition with Chennakeshwara temples. It has a very unique curriculum, and the unique curriculum is that it has courses on music, on dance, And a lot of our culture survived through the colonial period because the Shanti Niketan protected it. So for this year's examination 2024, because the list is not going to be out before we go to GI tags, you have to remember these: the Hoysaleshwara temple assemblage called Sacred Assemblage, and Shanti Niketan, and And second thing, which is more important, is at the same point of time, you have to remember Ramappa temple, because Ramappa temple has not come till this point. And UPSC mostly asks from 1 year lag, in the sense that they asked Dholavira, they've now asked Ramappa, and then they will ask this maybe next year. So are we clear about the current affairs related to this area? If it is, we will go to GI tags. Yes, Shanti Niketan has been added to UNESCO tag. That is, I am discussing it. Are we all on the same page what to do with this list? Don't learn the whole list, only remember the latest editions. Yes? Now, do you again know what to do with that chapter? Because don't read that chapter old things, because there's no point. The person preparing at that point of time should have taken heed to it. It is not your job to worry about that right now. Can I move to GI? Oh, what is China controversy? Okay. Good. You reminded me. Now, see, if you put anything into UNESCO World Heritage, you would have to protect it. It has to be protected, and there will be certain committees which will come and check if you're protecting it or not. And in a way, you could have to stop a lot of commercial activities in and around these areas. Now, there is one very beautiful natural what you call as formation near Australia, that's called the Great Barrier Reef. And Australia, 50-60% of all tourism to Australia is to actually go to the coral reefs in the Great Barrier Reef. Now the tag can be taken back also. Now Australia and China were very good diplomatic partners, but Australia then later moved towards AUKUS and to Quad itself. And since then, in the last presidency, China was the president of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee. And what China did or wanted to do, which was in a way avoided, they wanted to put Great Barrier Reef into UNESCO World Heritage Tag. And what would happen is that if Great Barrier Reef was put into UNESCO World Heritage Tag, then Australia would have to stop all tourism activities there, because it would then obligate them to protect it. And there was a proper tussle between the UNESCO intergovernmental committee, where China was saying we want to give barrier reef very important, and the whole idea was very important geographical tag, these, that, geological history, and this and that. Australia said nahi chahiye. We don't want it only, because there was a politics which would impact the economy in that sense. It's not that tourists can't go to a World Heritage Tag. You have to protect it. The more tourists which will go, the more pollution will happen. Great Barrier Reef corals are already very sensitive to temperature change and water pollution. So it was a proper tussle. Why Australia nominated that? Australia did not even nominate. Intergovernmental tag was suo moto in itself, saying Great Barrier Reef, I think Australia is not written, it should be in the list. UNESCO can take it on its own also. So Australia is obviously not dumb. So the proper tussle for this. If any country did not give territory in list, yes, you can. UNESCO can suo moto in itself also say that this is importance for culture. Iran, Iraq, a lot of these things were added not by Iran, Iraq nomination, by UNESCO recognition. Now can we move to GI? You can see this is called the politics of culture. Okay. Now comes another thing which a lot of students are very excited to learn. GI, I will learn for sure. Yes, I will learn. Now, I'll tell you one thing very clearly. Total number of GIs are 417. If I add the latest 9, which I will tell you, it goes to 426. So I don't think there is anybody in this class who has the time or the patience. And if you have the time and the patience, do something better in life to learn every GI tag. So GI tag again becomes something which is a very current affairs thing, which is that the last GI tag list which came before the examination is relevant for you. So my biggest request to you is don't start to learn GIs because it's an unending list of 500 plus. First thing, not a 500, 432-ish something now. First thing. Now comes the question, what is this GI which I'm talking about? What is this geographical tag which I'm talking about? Because again, very problematic. Aha, GI stands for. First, I'm killing the issue itself. Then I'm coming to what to learn. Kill the issue. If you have time to do this, please use your time better. GI only current affairs matters. Now, what is this GI tag? The full form of GI is geographical indication tag. Now, in order to understand this, we have to go a little bit back further. Now, please pay attention. There's something called TRIPS. This is a UN protocol, and the name of TRIPS is Trade Related Intellectual Property Rights. Now, under TRIPS, there are different types of recognitions which you can get. So, one is very standard patent. Patent is mostly for drugs, for technology, for industrial design. This is mostly for proper technological aspects here. So it can be for design, it can be for industrial design, it can be for pharmaceutical companies, what we call as pharma's companies. It can be for technology. That I come up with a new technology in which the phone does not exist only. That is a patented idea in that sense. This is the easiest. Then you have 3 to 4 the concepts. For example, the idea of copyright. Yeah, for bedaquiline was in the news for this. Yes, very good. Uh, uh, a TB related drug which was patented, but now the patent has gone. Okay. Then you have copyright. You have trademark, and you have registered. Copyright is something which is mostly for literature. So, for example, my own book is copyrighted to me, which is that I only have the right to copy it further, or you can't copy it without asking me. That is called copyrights. It's mostly for literature, documents, literature, copyright. Then you have registered and trademark. Registered is for companies. You are a registered company, you will see a very small R over it. Small R. So you can, for example, see like it will say Adidas. Small R will be there over it. But every company or anybody who gives a service can have a trademark also. For example, this is a trademark. This is a trademark. You've seen other trademarks also. This is Nike. Then you have, this is Adidas. It will say something like this. This is called a trademark. That you have marked logo of the company can and cannot be a trademark, but most of the sports companies like that. So you have trademark. For example, that whole, this is the Apple. This is trademark. So basically, every company can have a trademark, but you have to register it. You have to registered company also your trademark. No, you make your trademark. Go and say that I want a trademark. For a trademark, you don't need to be a registered company. That is not something which is, see, as it is, you are not doing something trademarking, and I am not registering a company. So I really don't care what is the mechanics of it. Though it is not that you have to just have a registered company as a trademark, but I really don't care about this. The basic point is, next time when you see a logo, it is trademarked. It can be a registered company, cannot be a registered company. And in India, most of the registered trademarks are already used, overused. Adibaz, Reebok, you have seen already that. So we have already made a mockery of registered and trademark. We really don't care. In India, mostly we don't care. So does this sign allocated or designed by company itself? It is designed by company, not given by Bisleri, Biseri, Beseri, Basanti. Everything is being sold with Bisleri, same type of thing. So we don't really care about these things. Who will give this right in India? This is not given in, this is given by the Ministry of what we call as Trade and Commerce. And there's a proper authority for this, which gives you, you have to get international recognition. There's a trade authority for the world which does this. CCI mostly that takes the ideas related to disputes, not gives it. Okay. Now pay attention. Now listen to me. What is common to all four is that there's a sister of trademark, and the sister of trademark is GI, which I have to discuss with you. But there's a major difference. Now pay attention. What is common to all of these four is that they can be, if you break the law, if you break the patent, if you use the trademark, if you are registered under the same name, or if you are copying something, you can be taken to court, to a civil court, to the CCI, and very simply you could be penalized, and there could be major consequences. You could even go to jail for breaking a patent. Multiple cases are pending with the WTO, are pending with what we call as pending with TRIPS itself, and in India itself. You have multiple disputes. Registered trademark, copyright, patent, these are heavy intellectual properties. Intellectual property means the property which is in your head. So it is intellectual property. It's not property which you can touch. Intangible property is intellectual property. So these four are very heavy handed. You can actually move to court very quickly. GI is a type of trademark, but it's quite lenient and it has a specific purpose. If you understand how GI is part of this assemblage, which is just a subsidiary to it, I would like to then discuss what does GI actually do. Now, see, GI concept is, now first listen to the concept and then I will give you an example. GI concept is that a product can be recognized for its specific characteristic due to its geographical indication or origin. GI comes under TRIPS. Yes, Anshu. Now, what does this mean? For example, I have a product, for example, Darjeeling tea. That tea has a specific characteristic because it is coming from Darjeeling. And because it is coming from Darjeeling, that characteristic comes through. And that is why this tea is recognized in that way also. Now let me give you the importance of GI through an example. Let me tell you why it is important. But with GI, there's an interesting thing. Trademark is given to an individual. Trademark is given to an individual or individual company. But GI is always given to a region or to a state. So let me, for example, give you a very simple example. Very simple example. So in MP, there is something called, for example, potatoes are grown, and in UP specifically Gorakhpur, or rather, let's take Agra. In Agra, they also grow potatoes. But the idea is that when you grow potatoes from MP, any state, MP or Jharkhand or any area, they grow small, brown, sour potatoes. And the reason is because of the way the whole, what we call as, one second, the way the soil is and the way they prepare it, it gives them the following characteristics. But in Agra, because of the soil, because of the way they add a certain pesticide or chemical or fertilizer, these potatoes are big and they are yellow, they are sweet potatoes. Now, what happens right now is that when they are sold in mandi, which is a better potato, Agra or the other one? It is a better potato. The Agra one. But the problem is at the same rate, Agra one is also sold. And the MP and Jharkhand were also sold. They are mixed up sometimes. This way, neither are the potatoes getting recognition, they're not even getting any form of remuneration, and the farmers have no incentive to do it. So what UP government will do is that they will move to the registrar of GIs in India, and they will say that the Agra potato should be given a GI. And the GI registrar will ask, what is so special? They will say that because it is grown in Agra, now pay attention, it is grown in Agra, it has the following characteristics, and that is why it should be recognized like that. The registrar says, okay, yes, it is unique. And now a GI tag is given to Agra potatoes. Now what happens is that next time when we go to the mandi, you will see two packets. One will say potatoes and the other one will say Agra potatoes. And on that, it will also say GI recognized. Now, the concept is that now the farmer gets recognition. This can be sold in India and abroad, national and international. And only the people who are producing in Agra can actually claim that they're Agra potatoes. So GI does two things. It links a certain characteristic with an area and then gives it recognition. Now you will say, sir, what if the MP people start to add the same type of chemical and are able to produce similar things? Then what is going to happen is that if MP starts to manufacture an MP, starts to manufacture and starts to put this GI tag on it, then UP can move to the registrar saying that MP is basically using or misusing the GI tag. There's no penalty. Only the fact that registrar of GI will either threaten to take away a GI of MP, or it will say that you don't make sure that no counterfeiting is done. In India, however, we know we are Indians, we know how to evade it. So if somebody has the conviction to do it, he will do it for sure. But the point is that what it does is it creates a recognition for the farmer and the people. So GI is never given to a farmer. Every farmer in Agra can sell it saying it is Agra potato. But Gorakhpur cannot say it is Gorakhpur potato. Is it not inequality because potato grows can be geographical location, not material? It's called recognition. How is it inequality? If you have a specific type of thing, Alfonso mango, the Muzaffarpur lychee, if they have specific qualities, then they should be recognized. So it's basically getting recognition for your basic thing. So you let me read it out to you. It will make sense to you. A geographical indication means a particular item that has originated from a particular region only. The GI tag is an indication with definite geographical territory. The use of a GI indication may act as a certification. If Agra potato is produced in entire country, then GI tag cannot be removed. No, still it will. Nobody can produce it other than Agra. As it is, if everybody can produce it, then it will never get GI tag only. Understand this point. They are being produced in that specific area because of a specific temperature and specificity of that area itself. Understand this point. Meghalaya got for turmeric. Now Meghalaya got it for turmeric. So the Meghalaya turmeric will have a specific quality. It will not be given. You try it. You bring the Meghalaya turmeric seed and try to grow it in Delhi. It won't grow only. It won't grow only because it needs a specific type of temperature and condition to grow it like that. That is why Coorg coffee and Darjeeling tea is Darjeeling tea. You grow tea in other areas also of West Bengal. But in Darjeeling, the tea has a specific quality. If someone produces for self-consumption, then you can do it. But see, as I said, if I want to sell something counterfeiting, I will do it. It is for people who are law-abiding citizens. As it is, we are not living Adidas and Nike and Adidas and Reebok. So you think that these are a much smaller thing that way. GI gives specific location-based recognition to all people in that area. It can't be that it is given to me and you. No. It is given to every farmer in that area. The use of geographical indication acts as certification protection for that product possessing a specific quality and is made of according to a traditional method and enjoys a certain reputation due to its geographical origin. I'll give you a very simple example. Tirupati Laddu. Tirupati Laddu is something which you can make at home, but you're not selling it. But Tirupati Laddu has a specific way in which it is made. So it can be sold in India or abroad saying that it is Tirupati Laddu because it has a GI tag. If it has a GI tag, you see, GI tag gives you as a consumer a sense of protection and recognition. Obvious things cannot be made into GI. For example, I'll give you a very simple example. Recently, our very beloved Baba Patanjali moved for making neem as GI tag. Neem tree, he was taking GI tag on it. Ramdev. So the registrar said that, have you lost your mind? It is a dry deciduous tree which you find everywhere in India. How can you GI tag neem itself? Happens. Obvious thing cannot be GI'd. It is only specific things. It ensures that none other than those registered as authorized users are allowed to use the popular product name. But in India, every tea is Darjeeling tea. But if you actually want to buy proper Darjeeling tea, you have to look for the GI tag. Mirchi rice from Bihar, yes, there are GI tags can be taken from by different other countries in India also. I'll show you. GI tags is not just given in India by two Indians. A different country can come to India and say that this product is an Australian product, give it a GI tag. Saffron from Kashmir, yes. Kashmir saffron has a GI tag. Saffron is made in other places also. For example, Kashmiri apple. But Kashmiri apple, the name is used now quite a lot in misuse. So GI can be given to anything. Most commonly, a geographical indication includes the name of the place of the origin of that good. Once GI protection is granted, no other producer can misuse the name in the market. It also provides comfort to the consumer that about authenticity. GI is given under the Geographical Indications Goods Registration and Protection Act 1999. And as the SME has pointed out, I'll make it public. Geographical Indication Registry is under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The simple point is, now how is it different from a trademark? A trademark is a sign, word or phrase used by an entity and that entity alone. Geographical indication tells a consumer that a product is produced in a certain place, has a certain characteristic. A trademark gives entity the right to prevent others from using the trademark. On the other hand, GI may be used by all producers of that area where the designated GI tag has been given to. And therefore, I'll give you an example. For example, you see this list. For example, you see, it can be given to anything. You have, for example, the Kala Kurichi wood carving. This has been given a GI tag for handicrafts to Tamil Nadu. Now, you can make that same type of thing anywhere else also. But when the GI tag, you will see that it is GI recognized, it has to come from Tamil Nadu only. Thereafter, you see very beautiful thing. Italy. Italy said all of these following manufactured items should be given GI in India, telling that they are only manufactured in Italy. So you can see India and other countries. For example, see, this is the recognition number under GI. This is the serial number. For example, you see simple. You have an agricultural product coming from two states, Sikkim and West Bengal. And you have the Dale Kursani as an agricultural product which is given. Then Chinati. Simple point is, a different country can take it also. And we can take it in a different country. It is just a recognition. There were two controversies recently. One has been sorted. The other one hasn't been. Can I discuss the controversies? My district Rewa MP mango has been given GI. Very beautiful. So every producer Prachi in your area can now say that I am the MP Rewa mango. And that recognition will be given to them. What is called the Sundarja mango. That is it. Okay. Now, the two recognitions which were given, the two controversies was Rasgulla. Rasgulla was Odisha and West Bengal and even Bihar claiming that it was the origin of Rasgulla, but it was more between West Bengal and Odisha. But what the GI authority did was that they said that we'll not give this word Rasgulla as a GI, we'll give it subtype. So now Odisha Rasgulla and West Bengal Rasgulla have their own GIs. But the most recent one is Basmati rice. It's actually Basmati rice. MP, Punjab, Haryana, and UP, all four are locked into this controversy that Basmati rice should be given GI tag for their state. All of them claim it to themselves. But this controversy is so difficult to resolve because Basmati rice is produced in all four regions for centuries. So that is why on different Basmati rices, you never find a GI tag. Because rice is something which is controversial and still has not been resolved. Simple straightforward point is, next time they ask you GI, I hope you'll be able to understand that and you will keep your eyes and ears open for current affairs related to GI. Done? Okay? Okay, perfect. Now one small topic and then we take a break. Yes, this one. Classical languages in India. Now, classical languages in India is again a very interesting discussion which we can have. There are total 6 classical languages. All the South Indian languages, Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam, plus Sanskrit and Odia. Sanskrit and Odia. Now you will say, sir, how do you get this classical language? And what is the benefit? The benefit is that you can give awards, national and international, and you can have UGC set up certain chairs or departments, and that is a given in which UGC will help you. Now the question is, how do you decide? Because then you would say, sir, why is not Hindi there? Why is not Bengali there? Why isn't there Marathi? Why isn't there Punjabi or Gurumukhi? Why are these languages not there? And the reason is that the criteria are very, very difficult for classical. First is again, no, don't need to know this, but I'm discussing it with you. High antiquities of early texts and a history of over 15 to 2000 years. 1500 to 2000 years. In this, most of the languages, modern languages, automatically get rejected. Because except for the old languages which we see, the whole South Indian set plus Sanskrit and Odia, all have their origins in the later early medieval period, which makes them only 403 or 500, maximum 800 years old. The simple point is, maybe some of the languages which we have today, after 1000 years, may become eligible for classical language tag. But the biggest issue with most of the languages in North India is this: should have a valuable heritage, but should not be borrowed and should be original. This is where most of the languages in India get rejected. Because, for example, Hindi, for example, Braj Bhasha, for example, Marathi, for example, Assamese, Bengali, and that whole set, they all come out of something. They all come out of something. There are derivative languages over a period of time. And therefore, this is where most of the traditions, most of the languages get rejected. Last but not the least is, there can be a discontinuity. For example, old Sanskrit and Sanskrit, but both need to be preserved. So these languages have, in a way, met one of these criteria and has rejected the other ones. And for the examination, you should be able to identify them. All South Indian languages plus Sanskrit plus Odia. Tamil is not derived from Sanskrit. The Tamil script is derived from Brahmi. Tamil is not a derivative language. Okay. Can we take a break, come back and talk about intangible heritages, where I will make you listen to things also. Odia, Shreyank, no, has been proved properly. Okay. Vernacular language means any language which is of the India. Regional languages are called vernacular languages. Classical language is this. Okay. So I see you in the next 10 minutes. So we come back at 7:55 and we will take the story forward. When we come back, intangible heritages. Welcome back. In the question, there are different sub-question not related to each other. Then conclusion. Conclusion is based on the overall theme. Devasmita. Okay. Last time enjoyed 5 minutes extra, as it is last class tomorrow. Okay. Kamlesh, you are confusing language with dialect. Dialects are not recognized by the constitution. Languages are, because languages have literary traditions. Okay, now we'll come back to Padma Awards later. These smaller topics after this. Sun Temple, pottery, we've already done. This is all for the later page and stage. We have to cover intangible heritages. Okay, now classical languages only 6. Anju, refresh if not coming. Can we start again? Half an hour of this, 1 hour of smaller topics. Now, one list we did was UNESCO tangible heritage. The shorter list in which you have to remember all of them is UNESCO intangible heritage. Intangible heritage basically would mean a certain type of culture, skill, tradition. Now, the exact definition which has been given by UNESCO itself is that it has to be a living expression, tradition, skill, knowledge, expression, representation, practice. And it gives an maybe could be an artifact also, object, instrument that is related to a cultural space. So this list is published by the Intergovernmental Committee for Safeguarding of Intangible Heritages. Latest edition is Garbha, which I will show you tomorrow, but I'm telling you Garbha is the latest edition. Last edition was Durga Puja. But here the list is quite simple and straightforward, and you have to remember it now. So first intangible heritage is called Buddhist chanting. So in Ladakh, living tradition means that it has to be right now alive as a tradition. First is Buddhist chanting in Ladakh, where in Ladakh you have multiple Vajrayanic Buddhist ideas, and most of these Vajrayanic Buddhist monasteries have certain sacred chants and texts which they do it in a certain way. Now, Buddhist chanting in that sense is a very unique tradition of Ladakh. And what you have to remember first is this and this. That where does it belong to? What is its peculiarity? Now, if you allow me, I would like you to listen to Buddhist chanting a little bit. There's a little bit of memory which will be created if needed. Can I? Yes? Okay. Give me 1 second then. As we did it for music, give me 1 second. Okay. This is Buddhist chanting. I'm just moving to an area where you can hear it better. Get it? Buddhist chanting. This is quite common. This is why quite common in the Ladakh region itself. And because they are Vajrayanic Buddhists, they talk about the Tantra, Yantra, and Mantra. So these are the mantra which they are basically pronouncing either in Prakrit or in Pali in a way of getting salvation. So this is a very beautiful living tradition which exists in India today. It can be Pali, Prakrit either. Some texts are in Pali, some are in Prakrit. Vajrayanic Buddhist monks, mostly in front of Buddha, will do these certain rituals. They wear special caps also. So are we clear about Buddhist chanting? Ladakh, next time when somebody says Buddhist chanting, this should come in your mind automatically. Now comes a very beautiful tradition called Kalbelia. Kalbeli, coming from Rajasthan, is a beautiful tradition of dance and music. And the biggest point is Kalbeli, as much as it is a dance, it is also social commentary. It is also social commentary because what Kalbeli actually represents is the plight of women. So in this dance, you would think, for example, that the woman is just dancing with a lot of pots on her head. But this is symbolic of all the different responsibilities and the form of all burdens she has, and how with all burdens together she still has to dance on the tune of the world. And that is why one of the most interesting, the biggest routine in Kalbeli is that the women stands on a sword, and thereafter she has a lot of burden on her head, showing that how she's actually tight walking the life and her burdens. And in a way, Kalbeli is that way is a very important tradition coming out of. It is not just a snake charmers community. It has a multiple meanings other than what you really think. So Kalbeli that way is a tradition which comes out of the Rajasthan sector. I'll make you listen to these two, Kanjari and Pungi. There's a specific way in which they use the language, and it has mythological themes. It also has social commentaries. So I'll make you listen to Kanjari and Pungi, and also I'll make you listen to a certain section in which you can actually see how they give social commentary via certain songs. You can also, when you get time after the class, go to just write on YouTube UNESCO Kalbeli, and the official UNESCO video which was sent by India as a nomination will also come. So I'll make you listen to Kalbeli. Okay, 1 second. This is the Pungi. So what you hear is the what we call as pungi, and the percussion device is called kanjari. But there is one aspect like this, which is the dance which they do to this song. The pungi, as it is snake charmers that, but there's also one more aspect in this. 1 second. This. These are songs which are social commentary. 1 second. This is also one the other different aspect. This is the black dress when they wear. This is Kalbeli. This is the most known song which everybody mostly knows because of Kalbeli. But yes, this one. And this is a very interesting section. If I act, you can't actually understand me. I can't also understand it, but it has a translation. It has a very deep meaning that way, because it's a very interesting social commentary which is on the marital life. So they are basically saying that when you married me, my husband, when you married me, you were illiterate, and now you take the names of young pretty women. Where have you learned to be literate, my husband, in that regard? So this is basically what they're actually singing. This is actually what they're singing. It's a very interesting way of this is, he reads names of pretty young girls. Who made you literate, my dear husband? So this is all social commentary that way. So Kalbeli, 3 to 4 aspects: song, dance, and only singing also. Clear, everyone? Okay. Now we go to Chao, which I've already told you, but is a very beautiful tradition coming out of the Jharkhand and West Bengal sector. Done on Chaitra Parva. Chao recently was in display quite a lot because of G20, known for its iconic masks, which you will even find at Ranchi airport. Jharkhand and West Bengal, this tradition is very, very common. It has this aspect of very beautiful, what we call as masks, and has a dance and drama tradition built into it. So understand this point. It got a specific 25 rupees specific stamp also from the government of India. But imagine the beautiful tradition of Ramayana Mahabharat as told through Chao in that regard. Chao, in that sense, is a very beautiful tradition coming out of this whole eastern sector in that sense. So there will be no one state you will link it with, but the most distinct feature is the mask itself. Then there are two which are related to the same state. We've already done them in theatre tradition. One is called Kudiyattam and the other one is called Mudiyattu. It is Sanskrit theatric tradition coming from Kerala. And the other one, this is the Chao. You can see the level of commitment, the beauty, the way they represent it is out of this world that way. Literally out of the world. If you ever get a chance, you should actually become a part of a Chao recital or a Chao dance, what we call as performance. You will then see the real beauty of India in that sense. Now, as I said, Mudiyattu and what we call as Mudiyattu and Kudiyattam. These two come out of Kerala. Theatric tradition. Both, one is based on the Sanskrit tradition. The other one I already told you is Darika, and I showed you the image, which is the Bhadrakali cult of Kerala. These two you already know in that sense. Then comes three very interesting traditions. One we already know, the Kumbh Mela. The Kumbh Mela is a spectacle on the world never seen anywhere else. And when we talk about Kumbh Mela, there is a certain aspect here wherein Haridwar, Ujjain, Nasik, Prayagraj, 4 places it is done. The concept of Kumbh Mela is that when they were taking, I told you the story of Samudra Manthan. When that churning of the ocean was being done, the Amrit, which is the immortality portion, it went into these 4 places. It basically fell into it. Drops of the Amrit fell into this sector, and that is why till today it is considered a very sacred act to do Kumbh Mela. Kumbh Mela, as an IAS officer, as a future administrator, it is one of the biggest or the most difficult things to do. It's a basic, what we call as administrative nightmare, which is so beautifully managed by UP police and the MP police when it comes to Ujjain and all. That way the responsibilities on all authorities quite well managed. A lot of now foreign tourists also come to India for this. Then you have Navroz, a festival which Aurangzeb stopped and was started by Akbar. This is the Iranian New Year, Persian New Year, which is celebrated in India and across the world itself. And this has been also seen as a very interesting expression of syncretic cultures coming to India. So in these eight, you already know two, Mudiyattu, Kudiyattam, Kalbeli. Then you have the Ladakh Buddhist chanting, Chhau, and Kumbh Mela, Navroz. This is not difficult. Then comes a tradition which used to be very common 10 to 15 years back, but is dying today, which is called the Ram Leela. Ram Leela, which is done in Satna, Vrindavan, Varanasi, and Ramnagar is the most celebrated. Unfortunately, Ram Leelas are now going out of fashion. This used to be something which was done in every street in India, and it was a living tradition. It was an expression of the Ramayana. It transcended cultures, it transcended religion, because a lot of these actors were not even Hindu, they were Sikh, they were Muslim. Everybody came together as a community to do the Ram Leela itself. This in that regard, is an unfortunate consequence of something which was so beautiful. Most probably by the next 10 years, you may also have associations or certain memories of Ram Leela. But by the next 10 to 15 years, it will be like Navroz or something which you never know in that regard. This was giving a lot of employment to people. It used to be a place where people used to come together. It used to be a very good thing for fairs, and a lot of different people got employment because of the Ram Leela itself. But Ramnagar is known for its very beautiful representation, because the whole city, there are multiple theaters which are there, and every part of city becomes, for example, Lanka becomes Ayodhya, becomes the one itself. That is a very interesting thing about Ramnagar. The whole city becomes part of the Ram Leela itself, and that is why till today, though in Varanasi in certain areas they've stopped doing it, Ramnagar still keeps this tradition active and true to what it is today. Unfortunately, again, this is something which most probably will not survive the test of time, because either we don't care or we don't have the time. And that is why it is going more into these theatrical representations done in theaters properly. But I hope we keep this alive in the age of OTT and television and Amazon Prime and these things. I hope we are able to keep it alive, because this is one thing which should survive and needs to survive in that sense. Then Kum is done, Ramlila done. Then comes two very interesting things. One is Raman and the other one is Sankirtan. Raman got a lot of coverage because in the Republic Day, in Uttarakhand tableau, Raman was actually represented, which is only one small village, which is called Salar Dungra in Uttarakhand, does this very interesting puja of Bhumiyal Devta. And in this puja, the whole city again becomes a part of the tradition, and everybody has a designated role. Unfortunately, the ironical story of India is, and you and me is, if today UNESCO would not have recognized Raman, you have no idea about Raman. Zero. Nobody has nothing. No idea at all. Raman that ways was represented on the Uttarakhand tableau, and is a very beautiful tradition coming out of this only one village, Salar Dungra. Here, what happens is that again they enact certain scenes. They want to keep their local devta happy, and throughout the year, there's a certain period in which they will do this puja, in which everybody has to be a part of this. Everybody has to be a part of it. Not one, not two. The whole village has to be a part of it. And through the tableau, it was given more representation in that sense. Then comes from the land of Manipur another very interesting art form, which is Sankirtana. Sankirtan is again related to the Vaishnavite community of the Manipur sector, and I'll make you listen to the iconic dhol and some of the aspects related to Sankirtan. Can I do that? Sankirtan is known for the singing and for the dhol, which is very, very important. Yes, I hope this is helping you in some way, because I'm trying to create a certain memory in your mind for this, which will help you in the long run in that sense. Okay, give me 1 second. This is the dhol. This one. This is the dhol, and then you have the other aspect, which is a singing. 1 second. This is it. So what you see here is basically the name comes from Kirtan. So Sankirtana is basically a specific tradition coming out of Manipur. So there's one dhol, there's a cymbal. Cymbal and manjari are the two. Cymbal is a little bit different, because you will call them tabla, but it's not a tabla. The sound is a little bit different. So Sankirtan clear, Sankirtan Raman clear. Raman Saladungra Sankirtan coming out of Manipur. Thereafter, we have two very interesting things. Yoga, everybody knows. Yoga has been given, and it deserves the intangible heritage tag that was properly. But we have a very interesting Thathera community coming from Jandela Guru in Punjab. And these men are known for, and you would have seen it for sure in your life. You would have seen these brass and copper objects which have small dimples on them. This you would have seen, these dimples which you see here. This is a specific thing which comes out of Punjab and Thatheras. Thathera of Jandela Guru, or what is known as the city of brass, they have been given this tag because there's a specific way in which they do it till today with their hand. And unfortunately, these men are craftsmen beyond exception. But the way in which they work, the condition in which these communities are, you will literally cry. because they have not got the recognition, they have not got the level of what we call as honor they really deserve with regards to how they do what they do. And we tend to go and take counterfeits of this. Now everybody does it, but the Jandela Guru Thatheras are known for this for the first time. That Thatheras from Jandela Guru are given this basic what we call a skill has got an intangible tag in that regard. Then you have yoga. These two are very clear. It's injustice. It is literally injustice because they don't deserve to be obscure. Studied as one random chapter of Nitin Singhania, they should not get this type of treatment that ways. Now, Vedic chanting is there. I'll make you listen to that. Other than Vedic chanting, the last latest edition was Durga Puja, which got the UNESCO Intangible Heritage Tag, but Durga Puja only in Kolkata. And this was the first festival in Asia to achieve this UNESCO Intangible Heritage Tag. Durga Puja specifically in Kolkata, which is the way they make it, the way they celebrate it, was given recognition. And this was the first time Durga Puja was done in Kolkata with this tag itself. I'll make you listen to Vedic chanting. And the latest addition to this list, I'll do it here only. You have 13th is Durga Puja. And now there are basically 14 total. Is Garbha. Garbha I'll make you see tomorrow as part of current affairs. But Garbha from Gujarat has been given as the next one. This is Kolkata. Kolkata. The latest was Kolkata. 13th is 14th. Sorry, 14th is 14th, 15th. 14th, 15th. Now, the last which we have to just experience is called Vedic chanting. Now, I will be teaching you tomorrow something called the Vedas as a literary text. And I'll tell you that Vedas are basically part of what is called a Shruti tradition. Shruti tradition means that they are heard by people, but not learnt by people. They just heard. And the fact is, the Vedas, the way of propagation from Guru to Shishya was through chanting. And in India today, there's only a very specific Brahmin community, not in just one state, but across states, which keep this Vedic chanting alive. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to listen to a certain way in which they do it. It is quite technical, and they have multiple ways of doing it in that regard. This will be the last engagement with intangible heritage for today. Garba only in Gujarat, yes. Okay, 1 second.
Techniques for recitation by using extremely precise combinations of sounds. There are 8 models of pronunciation for Vedic chants. Here is one of them, Jatapata. 2 words repeated the right way round and then backwards. With Jatapata, every syllable is repeated 6 times. Santi deva deva santi santi deva deva iti.
So, ironically, people believe that by actually doing this, they recite. So, understand this point. Abhishek, all the best for that. The fact of the matter is that people believe that Vedas were learned by children like this only. And the story which comes out of Vedic chanting is repetition is the key to learning, which is called revision today. So we can learn quite a lot from Vedic chanting that way because these communities give their all their information to their next generation through chanting. And the standard story is in certain convents in India, even today, they say that you should say it out loud to learn it. That tradition comes from Vedic chanting itself. The students are asked to recite it, repeat it, and the as you see, everything is either getting 6 times repeated, 2 times repeated. The more you repeat it, the better you will remember it. Right? Okay. Garba, yes, Garba, whatever you want to call it. Garba. Okay. If this is done, we'll then we'll then move to smaller topics. I can give you a breather if you want 5 minutes. Then we can actually go back to the smaller topics which we have to cover. Yes? Okay. Most of you are saying yes. Okay. So we come back at what 8:30 for 35 40. We come back at 8:40 and we push and complete everything. Okay. See you. Okay. Now we start with the awards which are given by the government of India. And then again, little bit peculiarities here which you need to know, and that will help you in solving most of the questions. There are basically 4 civilian awards which are given. You don't have to know the military awards, which is Paramveer Chakra and Ashoka Chakra. Rather, we need to know the civilian awards. One is called Bharat Ratna, and then we have what are called the 3: Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan. The lotus is the most important flower which is used in the 3, and here you have the people leaf. Civilian award means what are their hierarchies. This is the highest honor you can get, then Bharat Ratna, then Vibhushan, Bhushan, and then Shri. Shri, Bhushan, Vibhushan, Bharat Ratna. This is a separate issue altogether. Civilian means you and me, which is not non-military personnel. Non-military personnel can get. Now, when we talk about Bharat Ratna, it's jewel of India as it is called. But it has a very interesting peculiarity. First given in 1954, it was initially only art, science, literature, and public service. But now it has been made into any human endeavor and human feel of endeavor. What is more important, please don't learn this and this seventh order of precedence. You don't have to organize a party in which you have to basically arrange these people. So don't learn seventh or eighth order. Don't do that. The most interesting peculiarity about the Bharat Ratna is every year not more than 3 people can get it. Meaning you can maximum give it to 3, minimum 1. Which is that Bharat Ratna cannot be a list of 10. So remember, 1 to 3 people can only be nominated every year and given Bharat Ratna. And that is a very interesting peculiarity. Every particular year, only maximum 3 people, 1, 2, or 3, maximum. Not more than that. And though a person gets no money for it, you get a certificate and that jewel itself. And as I said, in order of precedence, 7th and all, does not matter. Now the next peculiarity is this. That can I use, if I got a Bharat Ratna, can I call myself Bharat Ratna Abhishek Mishra? Or can I call myself Abhishek Mishra Bharat Ratna? And the idea is no. Under Article 18(1) of the Constitution, Bharat Ratna cannot be a suffix or a prefix as per legal documents. Now, I can make you call me Bharat Ratna Abhishek Mishra, but when my Aadhaar card will be there, I can't call Bharat Ratna Abhishek Mishra. It cannot be for legal purposes used as a suffix. Who are foreigners? Why would you give Bharat Ratna to a foreigner? You tell me. नाम है रत्न भारत का, and you want to give it to a foreigner. Simple point. People use it, but in informal capacity. Not in formal capacity. Formal capacity cannot use Bharat Ratna as prefix or suffix. Now comes the Padma Awards. Shreyank, post-independence, in modern India I'm talking about. And Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan is not a foreigner. He's a very important freedom fighter. Please don't call Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan a foreigner. For God's sakes, please. Nelson Mandela is a separate issue altogether. That is related to the South African Gandhi story, and that is a totally different concept altogether. In modern context, you will never give it to a foreigner. These are people given later, very important in the colonial period. So he's called Frontier. Gandhi does not mean that you make him totally frontier. Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan is a very important, very, very important freedom fighter of the Indian national movement. Okay. Padma Awards. Padma, as I told you, 3. Shri, Bhushan, Vibhushan. Again started in 1954. Sports, arts, social work, civil services, literature, education, public service, science and technology, trade and industry. Given every year on Republic Day. The interesting thing is the exception. It is an exception concept. Exception concept meaning three times Padma Awards were not given: 77, 1980, and from 1993 to 97. But now pay attention in the examination. It is three times. Year wise, it is 1 year here, 1 year here, 93 to 97, 4 year years. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97. We'll take it 5 years, including 93. 7 years and three times. Please pay attention to this. Three times 7 years. 7 years, it was not given. Three times it was suspended in a way. Now, Padma Shri is the lowest. Then you get Vibhushan. Then you get Bhushan. Then you get Vibhushan itself. And it is rarely given posthumously, but this time it was given to an IAS officer who had been very instrumental in the COVID-19 crisis in Bihar, and also to a very important artist who was nominated, but he died in the while by the time we gave it to him, he died. So posthumously means after death also it is given. Now, when we talk about Padma Bhushan, Vibhushan, Bhushan, and Shri, Shri is the fourth highest civilian honor given to all these basic areas. No cash award. Three-leaved flower. Please remember this. Three-leaved flower. Then we have Padma Bhushan, which is again conferred by the president in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is when you have already got a Shri. When you get a Shri, then you begin to be given a Vibhushan and a Bhushan. You remember this point. You have to go up this rank. Shri, Bhushan, Vibhushan. Vibhushan is the highest you can get out of this whole concept itself. Modi, Prime Minister Modi receives civilian honors in different other countries. That is also allowed. That is also allowed under the constitution itself. He can be given a civilian honor somewhere else. That is allowed. That is allowed. How he gave it to Nelson Mandela in a way. Simple point. Please don't do a thesis here. Please. Shri Bhushan Vibhushan. Bharat Ratna. Simple point. Peculiarity, not more than three. Three times suspended, 7 years. Can we remember this? Can we get Vibhushan directly? No. 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 You get Shri, then you get Bhushan, then you get Vibhushan. Don't make it into a CSAT question. Please don't do that. Are we clear about this? Are we clear about this very small topic? Do not need to become a specialist and don't need to know their order of preference according to the role of seniority. Okay. Now comes folk art. Folk art. Certain folk arts are known quite a lot. Some are not known. The first is Madhubani painting or Mithila painting. This is too obvious to be asked in the examination. It has a GI tag also, and it used to be done by rice paste and vegetable colors. Now you have proper sketch pens through which people do it. Jagdamba Devi was honored by the president for doing Madhubani painting generally. Now, Madhubani painting is a good hobby if you want to develop it. For the examination, Madhubani, now you have multiple tutorials online, and Madhubani painting is which you something can follow because it has now become quite accessible. But Madhubani Mithila, very easy standard thing to ask in an examination such as UPSC. Thereafter, you have Kalighat. You have to remember the state again. Kalighat has a very interesting distinction from Calcutta in West Bengal. This is done by migrant labor and what we call as subaltern elements of society. Basically, what we've seen is that the Kalighat painting tells us the story of migrant laborers and how they represent how they represent their own life. I don't know how many of you have actually seen them or not. You would have seen that in certain areas, people will clean your ear for certain amount of money. For certain amount of money. These are migrant labor who do it in multiple what we call public places. This is what they represent, and this is what they represent in their paintings itself. In their paintings itself. Thereafter, you have kalamkari. Now, very beautiful tradition again coming out of what we call as the southern sector. See, kalamkari originally was done in Andhra Pradesh, and there are only two, Machilipatnam and Srikalahasti. However, now in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and in Karnataka, we also have kalamkari traditions. Kalamkari itself means a bamboo pen to do what we call as embroidery or any form of painting. But remember, the two most celebrated, the most recognized, and the original ones have been kalamkari from Andhra Pradesh, Machilipatnam and Srikalahasti. Srikalahasti being the most celebrated in that regard. What you have to remember is only Kalighat, West Bengal, Kalamkari, Andhra Pradesh. Then you get something called Thangka. Now remember, Thangta is Manipur's martial art. Thangka is a Buddhist tradition which is followed in every state in which you have a Buddhist monastery, in which you represent the life of Buddha, and it is linked to the Vajrayanic Buddhist area. This is a prelims area. It's a prelims area. If it's a factual area, it's a prelims area. They can't ask you a mains question out of this area because there is too much detail and factual aspect. I will tell you how you see that tomorrow, what is a factual area and what is a prelims and mains area. But I'm generally telling you, a very heavily factual area is simply something related to prelims. And when it is a little bit more conceptual, it becomes mains area. Again, very simple, straightforward. You will get match the following here. Thangka related to Vajrayanic Buddhist monasteries across Sikkim, Arunachal, Himachal Pradesh, and Ladakh. Thereafter, the most easiest hobby to follow and which has antecedents to the prehistoric art itself, which is called Varli painting. It's done in Gujarat and Maharashtra border by the Varli tribe itself. And it has what we call as stick figures. And again, something which you want to follow, for example, as part of your hobby, you can do it. Thereafter, Petkar coming from Jharkhand, related to Ma Mansa, it is also a religious, social religious custom which is happening in Jharkhand itself. From a state where tribals are involved, it is important to remember it. These are the ones which UPSC will give you because the first set I've given you are very straightforward. Then you have Patachitra. Patachitra comes from Odisha, and as you can see, it is known for its foliation. Foliation means they very beautifully represent plants and animals. They have this peculiarity that they decorate with flowers and trees quite a lot. And the word Sanskrit word pata means canvas itself. And the Jagannath temple and the Vaishnava cult all are linked to it. And it is called the Raghurarpur, what we call as art form, because in the Raghurajpur area it is done specifically. Pattachitra, again, nothing here. Pattachitra, Odisha, nothing more, nothing less. Thereafter, Fad and Manjusha. Fad comes from Rajasthan, known for its very beautiful eyes and very vibrant colors itself. And you have then Angika or Manjusha, which comes out of Bhagalpur, Bihar, wherein snake motif is quite common. Again, Angika, Bhagalpur, Bihar has to be remembered. Thereafter, three more: Pithora, Saura, and Cherial scroll. This is the most relevant right now because of a specific community which was in the news also, which is the Baladir community. And you have Pithora, which comes from Gujarat, Rajasthan. And you have Odisha, Saura tribe doing another form of painting. But the point is, you just have to remember art form, state. You can do this. You can do this. Yes? Okay. Now, we now move further. We now move further to another small topic, which is famous universities of ancient India. Again, because some of you don't have the new edition, I do it as a topic. But the idea is very simple. Too many universities, you are wasting your time. The ones which I'm discussing with you are important and their origins are important. No further short note question will come. But again, a very small area to be discussed generally. The first two you already know, Odantapuri and Vikramshila. Odantapuri, you have to remember, if you remember, Gopala was the one who established it. And Odantapuri is known for the fact that it was destroyed by Bakhtiyar Khilji when Delhi Sultanate was established. Then we have Vikramshila. Vikramshila was established by Dharampala and it is a center of Vajrayanic learning. Please remember these 3 points. It is going to be quite important. The Palas established two very important areas, Odantapuri and Vikramshila, and they revived Nalanda back. And because Nalanda was in the G20 news, it was as a background, as I will show you tomorrow, it was as a background, it becomes very important. But Nalanda was not established by the Palas, it was established by Kumar Gupta. Very good. Kumar Gupta. And this is a Mahayanic area. Mahayanic learning center. And the fact is we have famous personalities from Fayan to Hunsang to Itzing all talking about Nalanda, and famous scholars such as Nagarjuna, Aryabhatta spent some time in this university also. And if I make the whole set together, you have Odantpuri, Vikramshila, then you also have Jagdala and Vallabhi. Jagdala also an important center of learning. All are Bakhtiyar Khilji only. Destroyed by Bakhtiyar Khilji. One whole set destroyed by Bakhtiyar Khilji, who was expanding in the Bengal sector at this point of time. Jagdala, again, Buddhist center of learning. After Nalanda and Vikrashina declined, it will be Rampal of the Pala dynasty who will develop it. Thereafter, Vallabhi, again important, but the most interesting, Hinayanic Buddhist Learning Center, and it was supported by the Maitrakas of Gujarat. So, Jagdala, Nalanda, Odantapuri, and Vikramshila. Out of these three are Vajrayan. This is Mahayanic. This is a very standard question which can come. And you have Vallabhi, which is Hinayanic. This is basically what you have to remember out of this story. There's one more very important university, which is Takshila. Takshila, we don't know specific founder, who was it, but Chanakya, who is basically the one who helped Chandragupta Maurya in establishing the Mauryan Empire, we believe that he used to study there and was a teacher there. And we also have the most interesting personalities coming out of this area. Charak Samhita, Panini, and Prasannajit, all very, very, very celebrated authors and writers coming out of Takshila in that regard. So, what we've done is Odant, Vikramshila, Jagdala, Vallabhi are the two new one for you. Other than that, Nalanda and Takshila were already told to you. So, can you manage this basic list? It's not very big. You don't have to go into each and every university which was there previously. Can you manage this small list? I told you very small topics to be covered very easily. Okay. Thereafter, we also have sun temples. Now, why am I doing sun temple? Because again, in the examination, people tend to think that there's only one sun temple, Modera, and the sun temple at Konark. But in India, sun temple is also available in other states. More or less, every state has one sun temple for sure. So Modhera is one of the most celebrated one, built in 11th century. We have already discussed it in the context of Solankis. So Konark Sun Temple is known for the Rath and the chariot, which we'll discuss tomorrow. And Eastern Ganga rulers, local rulers of that area, Narsimhadev one was the one who established it. But you also have other sun temples. For example, the Brahmamaya Dev temple at Unnao in MP, the Suryanar Kovil in Tamil Nadu, and the Suryanarayan Swami temple in Andhra Pradesh. Now, the simple point is they can never ask this question. Tell me why they will never ask these two. Why will they never ask these two? What are the sun temples in India? Why will they not ask these two? Because the word Surya is already there, which is a giveaway. Sun is already in the name, so they'll not ask you that. Rather, they'll ask you the ones in which sun is not there. So this word giveaway is Surya. Surya means sun. So this is the more unlikeliest to come. So Modera, Sun Temple, Konark, and Brahmamaya. Brahmamaya is one which you can expect because it does not have the name Surya in it. Then you have the Dakshinarka temple in Gaya, Bihar, and you have the Navarkash temple in Gujarat. But this is the one which you have to remember. Martand Sun temple in Kashmir. This is a destroyed temple, but recently a Surya Puja was done in this temple. It's a confluence of Kashmiri culture, Kashmiri temple, and along with that, Kashmiri temple architecture plus Greco-Roman Gandhara school. I will show you this temple tomorrow in the context of current affairs. But again, just make a list of these and keep it one place, or you can use this PPT itself just to make sure that you're able to eliminate in the examination or at least know. Sun temples are important because UPSC can play with Sun Temple Konark, so they can give you a Sun Temple based question also this time. Now, pottery we've already covered previously. Now we go to another discussion, which is regional schools. Are we all on the same page? No issues till this point? No issues? Now, if you remember, I had left certain portion of architecture because they broke the continuity. So we do them today, which is first is called the Nayak school, which is contemporary to the Vijayanagara school of architecture. Now, Nayak school is basically named after the concept of Nayankara. And we know that the Vijayanagara rulers used to give Nayaks a lot of leverage, and they were basically hereditary chiefs, local power centers. One such Nayaks are called the Nayaks of Madurai. And the Madurai Meenakshi temple is an example of the Nayak art and Nayak architecture at the best. Meenakshi temple has two very important characteristics. One is called the huge corridors or parakrams, and second is the Gopuram of the Meenakshi temple is the tallest Gopuram in the world at this point of time. If you look at this image, you will get the image of both. This is the tallest Gopuram in the world, and second is this is called a parakram. If you've ever been to Meenakshi temple, you would know very big corridors have been made. Multiple big corridors have been made, and these corridors in that sense are very important because they tend to give a very airy presence to the whole temple. This is a sub school because we don't see this in Dravida style. In Dravida style, you'll never see parakrams. Gopuram is something where the Nayaks were basically trying to show off, and in a way, they did also because the Binakshi temple is an epitome of Dravida architecture, sub school, Nayak school. Very beautiful representation. If you ever get a chance, the whole temple itself is dotted by a lot of mythological stories, and it has a very important significance in the Dravida school itself. Then from this, we go to regional schools. And in regional schools, our story starts in Bengal. What is that one feature which is known for Bengal architecture? What is that one feature which is the most important for Bengal? Very good. The sloping roof of Bengal. But at the Kadam Rasul Mosque and the Adina Mosque, we get even more. See, this is the Kadam Rasul Mosque, and you can see that the sloping roof is already there. But if I go to this, what is this? Very good. This is a cave, and if I go even closer, I find arches, I find caves, and in a way, Mughalish architecture was now impacting them. And the best example of it is the Adina Mosque. Adina Mosque. Adina Mosque, you see, it's a mosque, but it has a lotus. The 9 foliated arch has now become 7 to 8 foliated. No, it's not 9. Then, if I go a little bit back further, you see, this is the Rajasthani balcony. You see the red bricks of Buddhism or Buddhist art architecture. You can also see the lotus. You also see the inverted lotus. You see the foliated arches. The fact is, in a way, all influences till this point were coming and meeting in in Adina. You also have the beam structures, and in that way, this is a very beautiful confluence of a lot of different ideas. Further, if I go to Malwa, this is for Bengal, you can obviously identify these things. For Malwa is known for very interesting things. Three things very interesting. Malwa school, which we find in Dhar and Mandu, are known for its large windows, very strong European influence. But there are certain things which also come from the Delhi Sultanate and Mughal period. But what is most interesting is that they're very environmentally conscious buildings, which use baulis for cooling and very big archways for, in a way, having cool ventilation. Obviously, I don't need to tell you this what this is. But the most interesting feature is that these buildings were made in such a way that they were always open and never needed any form of cooling down. If you'll see, this is the Jahaz Mahal, as it is called. Jahaz Mahal looks like a ship. You can see the ventilation and the movement of flow of air was such that every room was cooled down. A lot of natural air used to enter, very cooled down. And if in the examination they ask you green buildings, the idea of sustainably good architecture, this is not something very European. In the Malwa school, we can see how it was being applied. So these Europeans, which they talk about this concept of we are the ones who pioneered green buildings. No, in India, green buildings were already being made in the Malwa school. So you can see how a lot of these European things had already developed in India in different ways in that sense. Clear? Clear? Because if this is clear, we'll go to Jaunpur. When we go to Jaunpur, we see four-centered arch, and we see a very beautiful thing. The minars have been integrated into the arch itself. Integrated into the arch itself. The Sarki rulers of Jaunpur avoided the use of minars, as in Pathan style itself, and bold and forceful archways was very, very common. The Atala Mosque at Jaunpur shows us this. The whole mosque is made without a minar. But what they did was that they integrated the minar into the archway itself. Then you have the epitome of regional architecture, which is Bijapur school. This is the Gol Gumbaj in Bijapur. If you've ever been to Bijapur, it has 2 to 3 very interesting features. First is this three arched facade. You can see 1, 2, 3. It has one of the biggest bulbous domes, and it also developed a very interesting thing wherein the minars were again integrated into the building, and it has what we call as the cornices. You can see here this very beautiful way of making something like this. These are called the cornices, and the way this whole building has been made itself is very interesting. There is a concept that if you whisper in one side of this building, you can hear it in the other side, which is also a very interesting way of use of acoustics of this area. But if you look at this and you find three to four basic references, it is has to be Bijapur school in that regard. So what we've done, we've already done these questions. One second. What we've done today, generally, we have done tangible, intangible. We've done classical language. We've done the concept of regional schools, and we have managed to do other smaller topics, awards and honors, this and that. Now what I want from you is that tomorrow I will pick up the first heavy topic, which is literature. That is one topic which mostly kills students. First half an hour I will devote to that, because it's actually a very heavy topic. You can see it is box after box after box after box, only this text after text. I'll tell you what to do with it, because this area is like this only. Other than that, tomorrow's agenda is also going to be current affairs. So tomorrow I will start with small area. Small. No, if I do it last, you will faint. If I do it in this beginning, your soul will not leave you. In the first half an hour, we'll be done with it, because I really want to do current affairs. I have now covered since the morning GI, award, tangible, intangible, cultural institutions, regional institutions, and this. Are we all clear about all of this? Are we clear about this? Because then we do the questions which I have got with you. Okay, perfect. Cultural institutions done. Lalit Kala Academy and all done. Tangible buildings done. Tangible discussion also done. Latest editions also we've covered. We've also covered the smaller concept of GI tag. I have told you not to learn GI tags itself. Just look at the current affairs, which I will tell you tomorrow. Other than that, we have also covered the awards and honors, which we needed to cover. This only have to remember 6. So smaller topics I'm trying to cover this way. Folk art has also been covered with you, and we can do this also. This is the name of old ports. Though it's given in Nitin Singhania, you will never pick it up. You'll never pick it up. So out of this area, question came in 2023. Lothal, we already know, Indus Valley civilization, very big port that way. Bargaza, I've already told you previously, also refers to Broch in Gujarat, known for its spice trade. In the examination, if anybody has seen 2023 paper, students tend to not do this. I always force them to do it, that please can we do it. Korkai was straightforward written in the examination. Korkai and Muzrish, one in Tamil Nadu and the other one in Kerala. Two very important ports. This is a Pandyan port known for pearls. That is a port where even the Romans knew about it. A very celebrated port of the Cheras. So this is a very important Chera port. This is a very important Pandyan port. Sometimes small things matter. 2 marks you got free of cost if you listen to me. And there were multiple emails which came to me later, sir. If we had just listened to you, Korkai is written in your PPT. Dhanyakantaka was written in the PPT. I kept on emphasizing, please listen to me, please listen to me. This can come in the examination. Standard question, free question. Sometimes going through it in class itself creates a certain memory, and I hope you will trust me in that, because this is where the UPSC plays with these ideas. This is what we used to do every year, and Korkai was straightforward mentioned. People tend to leave these areas in Nitin Singhania. That is why I'm doing it here itself with you. Thereafter, Poduke is the name of Arikamedu, which is near Pondicherry. Barbican is the name of Karachi. Sonagora is the name of the West Bengal port of Wari, and now basically in Bangladesh. Other than that, Mosli we already know because of modern India. Tamralipti is a very interesting one, which is modern day Tamluk in West Bengal. These are names, just go through them once. It may help you quite a lot. You have no idea how much it can help you. Pallur was in the news also because of the Kalinga dynasty. I'll discuss Pallur with you tomorrow. It was in the news because of a certain idea and a certain festival which happens from Pallur. Ancient universities done, pottery done, small topics are done. Other than that, we've already covered the regional schools also. Then yes, now you can do this question. Please tell me this question. Tomorrow I will cover all, not all current affairs, but current affairs relevant till this point. Then maybe down the line, close to prelims, I have an art and culture. I hope you will meet me on 19th. 19th December, I will have an art and culture webinar. For some of you, it may be a little bit repetition also, because I will be taking the same type of, you are basically getting to know the current affairs first, but 19th is the art and culture webinar. Mail is showing Bharat sir. Mail is showing Bharat sir. No, 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 not the not the optional, the webinar. Okay. If it's showing Bharat sir, I'll get it checked. 19th, it will not. Bharat sir would be for anthropology. Okay. Kalamkari painting refers to a hand painting cotton textile in South India, hand painting drawing in bamboo in Northeastern India, black painted in Western regions, hand painted decorative silk cloth from Northwestern India. A very easy question. Come on. Don't even have to look at the options. Come on. The people, Monica, Chituri, and Abhishek. You are looking at the first part of the statement, not the second part of the statement. Why? I knew it. See, what happens is here, everything which is written here is irrelevant. You tell me Kalamkari is from northeastern part of India. The people who answered B. It's from Andhra Pradesh. That becomes South India. Don't care what description is given. Hand painted cotton textile. You are looking at this bamboo handicraft. Shreyank is saying art and culture. Bharat sir. The mail says that. Shreyank, email me that reference, please. Wait, Shri, email me that reference. I'll get it sorted. I am not Bharat sir. I'm Abhishek sir. Okay. You get this point. Sometimes you don't have to look at the first part. Just look at the region. Just look at the region. Okay. Now, now we've done this. We have done this also. Yes, this question. With reference to Manipur Sankirtana, you don't reply to my mails. I won't send. Very good. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you. I have 50, 60 emails pending. I will reply to you. Then you send it to me. Okay. With reference to Manipur Sankirtana, it is a song and dance performance. Cymbal is the only musical instrument used in the performance. It is performed to narrate the lives and deeds of Lord Krishna. Now, if I've made you listen to it, you should get this question correct. If not, then there's no point of showing you or listening or making you listen to things. What is the email related to Vechri? I actually have too many emails to answer. 3 batches together, this happens. Backlog of emails, that is. Rahul, leave it ना. Bharat sir नहीं जानते, कोई टेंशन नहीं. Leave it. Ilma is saying I am there. You are saying someone else is there. I'll get it checked. I'll see that. 57% perfectly correct. 24% I understand your plight. See, here the word only is there. So obviously I made you listen to it. You can hear 2 to 3 symbols, 2 to 3 music instruments. So I hope you get the point of making you listen to something. So automatically 2 go away. 1 is correct. Yes, it is a dance and song and dance tradition. Sankirtan is related to the Vaishnavite tradition and the life and deeds, meaning activities of Lord Krishna. Correct. Correct. So why are you deed of Lord Krishna means activities of Lord Krishna. But they are Vaishnavites. Vaishnavites Vishnu, Vishnu Avatar, Lord Krishna, Lord Rama. Answer B. 1 and 3. Thank you, Shreyank. Okay. Tomorrow, foreign travelers first, then literature, and then current affairs. Done? Can we meet tomorrow? We'll do all this tomorrow. Current affairs and foreign travelers. Done, done, done. Great. So if you don't have a doubt, you can leave the session and see you tomorrow, same time for the last time. My last class with you with regards to art and culture. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. अरे दो तो क्वेश्चन ही है सत्य प्रसाद. You want leaderboard also? You see. कुमकुम, यश, विशाल, तकदीर, उज्जवल, सुरभि, दिवानी, दीपिका, श्वेता, अपेक्षा, गुलश्रेया, कृतिका, सिंधु, मोनालिसा, जानवी, शौविक, सुभजीत, अक्षित, रक्षित, राहुल, संस्कार, रोहित. Right. Mega, second, do not important first learning, second learning maybe. Okay. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. I hope now the fear of this book is gone. I'll bring this book tomorrow again and we will look at the Kacha Chitta. Angrezi Raj ka Kacha Chitta we'll see. Gadar, we will see what we've done and we've not done. Right? Okay. Pooja, ancient medieval art and culture is going to start in evening batch from Wednesday. How do you do revision of one subject in 2 to 3 days? No. Oshin, first revision will take you 5 to 6 days or 10 days also. then it will take you 5 days, then it will take you 4 days, then it will take you 1 day. Can't have first revision within 1 day itself. Too much to manage. Angrezi Raj ka Kacha Chitta is not Tilak. It is Gadar Party, Gadar newspaper from San Francisco. Front page. Which is best book, art and culture and literature? Pooja. No other option as of right now. This is the only one which you have. No other option. Perfect. I'm in dilemma. I'm done with subjects. Should I prepare full-fledged for pre-cause? Yes, you start. Name of author. Pooja, you joined right now. Nitin Singhania. The most famous, the most troubling Indian art and culture, Nitin Singhania. Okay. Anthro option is taken by Bharat Char Rahul. Okay. See you. Take care. Bye-bye.